لنبدأ في أول أسئلة الحضور إلى نرحب بكم.
ضيوفنا الكرام نرحب بكم جميعا. بعد لحظات يصل معالي الشيخ عبد الله بن بية رئيس مجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم. ندعو الجميع ليأخذ مقاعدهم وأماكنهم وسوف يبدأ الملتقى بعد لحظات. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى جميع إخوانه من النبيين والمرسلين وعلى أجمعين. معالي الشيخ عبد الله بن بية رئيس مجلس الإمارات للإفتاء الشرعي، رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة والسماحة والفضيلة والنيافة، حضورنا الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. نرحب بكم في دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة، دولة المحبة، دولة التسامح، دولة تسعى دوما إلى نشر السلام والمحبة والتسامح في مختلف أقطار العالم. نهج هو نهج الوالد المؤسس الشيخ زايد بن سلطان آل نهيان طيب الله ثراه. قيادة دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة منذ تأسيسها في العام 1971، وهي في نهج خير ومحبة وتسامح وعطاء إنساني على مختلف دول العالم. نرحب بكم في هذا المنتدى الذي يقام برعاية كريمة من سمو الشيخ عبد الله بن زايد آل نهيان وزير الخارجية والتعاون الدولي، حيث يعقد منتدى تعزيز السلم ملتقاه الدولي الثامن في أبو ظبي برئاسة كريمة من معالي الشيخ عبد الله بن بية رئيس منتدى تعزيز السلم. وقد اختار المنتدى لملتقاه الثامن عنوان المواطنة الشاملة من الوجود المشترك إلى الوجدان المتشارك. أيها الحضور الكريم، خير ما نفتتح به أعمال هذا الملتقى المبارك هو آيات من الذكر الحكيم يتلوها علينا فضيلة الشيخ عبد الباسط عبد الصمد إمام جامع الشيخ زايد الكبير.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ومن آياته خلق السماوات والأرض واختلاف ألسنتكم وألوانكم إن في ذلك لآيات بالليل والنهار وابتغاؤكم إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم يسمعون. ومن آياته يريكم البرق خوفا وطمعا وينزل من السماء ماء فيحيي به الأرض بعد موتها إن في ذلك لآيات لقوم صدق الله العظيم.
ضيوفنا الكرام، نتشرف الآن.
It is our pleasure now to give the floor to His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Maya, the President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. In the name of God, the all-merciful, the most compassionate, peace and blessings upon our Master Muhammad, his kin and companions. Your Excellencies, Your Eminence, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome all of you. Peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. It is a pleasure to welcome you in your country. I will not say your second home, but your permanent home in the United Arab Emirates, in the capital, Abu Dhabi, where we celebrate 50 years of unity and federation and international peace. We give thanks to God for convening us after separation caused by the pandemic, that we ask the Lord for it to conclude and for the peace, tolerance to succeed. Blessings to God that we have met finally. We open our 8th assembly to discuss a key topic, which is the peace issue, which has its philosophical perspectives and current realistic status quo. Our 8th assembly takes place to discuss a key issue that we would like to acknowledge the efforts that have been exerted so far in the issue of inclusive citizenship to promote sustainable development and peace. Our issue is quite old and new at the same time, and it is all centered around how do we live together and how do we coexist. And how do we organize the way that we live together in relation to laws, regulations, as well as culture and ethics? How do we make everyone feel that they are participating and included? How do we express the issues of roles and responsibilities and transcend to virtues and morals? We look forward to our forum concluding results that are positive in relation to inclusive citizenship, scaffolded by religious texts and aligned with civilization, and also stemming from international charters and based on the intellectual tolerance declarations that started with the Marrakesh Declaration, Abu Dhabi Declaration, and the Charter of New Alliance of Virtue. And we hope that this forum will also have declarations that will not be the last, but will be connected directly to inclusive citizenship. We look forward to your reasonable approaches and intellects and welcome you again to I will deliver this speech later tonight, and the speech for today will be circulated, and I would like to welcome you again, and peace be upon you. We thank His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya, the President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies, for this excellent speech to open this forum. Now we give the floor to His Excellence U.S. Ambassador at Large for International Religious Freedom at the U.S. Department of State. And the floor of yours with this recorded speech.
Hi, my name is Sam Brownback. I'm former ambassador for international religious freedom for the United States, and I want to say welcome and thank you for involving me and engaging me in this peace forum. Sheikh bin Bayef is an old friend of myself and of many of you, and I know you're all there with you. This notion of inclusive citizenship, I think, is so critical in our world today. We must have inclusive citizenship, or we're going to have all sorts of problems. We're going to have all sorts of divisions. We're going to have all sorts of turmoil and fighting. And this inclusive citizenship means that everybody of every faith has every right of citizenship wherever they're located. It doesn't matter what the dominant faith is in a region. If they are good citizens and they have a minority view of religion, that's okay. They can go ahead and practice it. And they need to be able to practice that if we're going to have a world that's not constantly at conflict or involved in the clash of civilizations at all times. So I really applaud this year's Peace Forum. And as always, Sheikh bin Bayef is just on really the leading edge of what the world needs. We really need respect and love for each other and to look at each other as brothers and sisters, regardless of what our search for God looks like. That's what we need to do. And I know you at this forum know that, and you'll practice that. It's my wish that you would have a fabulous time there. My prayer that would go very well. God bless you all.
معالي الدكتور السيد إبراهيم الشائبي وزير الشؤون الدينية في تونس إلى المنصة لإلقاء كلمته مشكورا.
Apologies, the speech for His Excellency Dr. Sayyid Ibrahim Al-Shaibi, the Minister of Religious Affairs. The floor is yours.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, and prayers and blessings upon the Prophet Muhammad. I would start with the salutations of Islam, the salutation of peace. Peace be upon you all. Your Excellency, Abdullah bin Bayya, the President of the Forum for Practicing Peace in Muslim Societies, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Excellencies, researchers and scientists, peace be upon you, upon all of you, and may the blessings of God be upon you all. It's my pleasure first to convey my happiness for this 8th assembly of this forum under a generous patronage by His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Collaboration and Cooperation here in the UAE, which will go on for 3 days, in which we meet under the umbrella of peace, happiness, fraternity, and brotherhood. And I would like to start by thanking all who has organized and supervised this and patroned this forum. It discusses which is the culmination of all of the efforts that have led to this from 2014 to establish world peace and to preserve peace inside our chests that reflects in a fruitful way upon society. societies and countries. And I'm pretty sure that all of the participating researchers will present researches that are both analytical and deep, that will unify us in a way that includes all of our faiths and our principles, that goes hand in hand with the concept and title of inclusive citizenship, and what is required from approaches, ethical approaches, and virtues and values that preserves societal peace and wants its long living and prosperity. And then there are various fields, whether in religious or humanitarian fields, to discuss and to exchange information mutual in mutual issues, to come up with a religious speech that is enlightened, that copes with all of the challenges of the day, including diversity and inclusiveness, and utilizing modern science to deal with all of the issues that we are facing in today's world, and to establish the infrastructure of a, a deeper, with a more far-sighted vision, with all what has to do with human society, that will contribute in showcasing successful role models of inclusive citizenship. And it will show us the diversity of the roles that researchers and scientists have been playing in this field, and all the care that they have been received, that is well represented in all of the alliances and declarations that have paved the way for this forum, that is established on all of the previous forums and all of the learned lessons, to include a human being in all of his multi dimensional aspects, whether philosophical, religious, or others. And all of this knowledge leads to the launch of this forum. And I'm sure that all of these researches that have been done by some of the best researchers and experts will come up with recommendations that would set things right in the concept of inclusive citizenship that ensures coexistence. And God's willing, will come up with recommendations that are both deep and a future sight towards the future, which is being supervised and is adopted by the Ministry of Religious Affairs in Tunisia, that believes in the human being in all of his aspects, in taking religion in a modern sense, in a coexistence with other sense, according to, but also depends on the ancient heritage of the Zaytunian Islamic school in Tunisia. All of this all of these efforts are to pave the world, to pave the future rather, for a better life for all of us, in which we coexist together. Because when we create tolerant mindsets that are ready for the future, only then we can ensure that that peace would cover the world. We wish from God Almighty that our efforts will be culminated in success, and peace be upon you all.
Now we are honored to give the floor to His Excellency Minister As-Sayyid Adda Wald Amr Talib, the Minister of the Minister of Islamic Affairs in Mauritania.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
In the name of God, the most merciful, most gracious, peace be upon his prophet and his companions and kin. Your Eminence, Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayah, the President of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies and the Chairman of Emirates Fatwa Council, Your Excellencies, Your Highnesses, Your Eminence, intellectuals, academic researchers, ladies and gentlemen, the united purity, fraternity, and tolerance to promote these values. This was one of the givens that have been set forward by the founder, His Highness late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan, and the foundation and hosting of this forum is a consolidation of these values that have been stemmed from his vision. And as indicated by Mr. Muhammad, His Excellency, the Muhammad al-Azwani, during a previous visit to this country, where he said that UAE's approach that is scaffolded on strong will and resilience is a source of pride for all Muslims and Arabs. Dear brothers and sisters, this key issue and the theme of this forum, which is the inclusive citizenship from mutual coexistence to shared conscience, is an extremely significant issue. And regardless of the theme, looking a little bit lenient, although it is quite hefty in discussion and will require thorough discussions. And we have to ensure proper alignment with the jurisprudence and the religious text to ensure that we produce recommendations and declarations that align with our values and based on our true values. This forum has had a great impact, will have a great impact on the signing of those declarations. We still have a long way to go in this context. Inclusive citizenship. Citizenship is one of our common approaches in our interests. And it's a call for achieving common interests. Citizenship is loyalty and a commitment based on which we have rights and responsibilities for people. And all of these rights and responsibilities is a field to ensure effective engagement and enhance performance and ensure proper calls for common efforts and shared responsibilities to protect the material as well as non-material assets of a nation. Dear brothers and sisters, this responsibility is what requires constant protection of peace and solidarity and ensure connection and fraternity and peace to alleviate and pave the way towards eliminating all conflicts and disruptions that may lead to wars or conflicts. And from there, we can find that citizenship, perhaps that was not present in our ancient jurisprudence and religious texts, was not present in religious texts, and also in verses of Quran, as well as other religious texts. And this is a proof that it has always been a cornerstone of our religion, especially all the verses that promote the fact that the facts of diversity and the need for fraternity amongst different religions. Finally, I look forward to all the success in our forum and extending our gratitude for the United Arab Emirates for the generosity of hosting, and peace be upon you.
الكلمة القادمة.
The next speech for His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Rashid Al Hajri, the chairman of Awqaf Majlis, Sunni Awqaf Majlis in the Kingdom of Bahrain. The floor is yours.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, Your Eminence, Your Excellency Abdullah bin Bayya, may God preserve you and protect you always. Your Excellence, Your Highness, Excellencies, esteemed guests, brothers and sisters, peace be upon you all. And I would like to say here that it is no secret that preserving religion from being altered and protecting homelands from extremism is a religious must and a national desire. And that's why being part of a homeland, of a nation, of a country, being proud of it and interacting with it is a religious well-being and an instinctual need and a human value that only those who have lost a homeland would really understand its meaning. So a homeland is a great blessing for us, and losing a home is a massive loss. And thus, this forum came to be, this scientific, historical forum that is being held in the United Arab Emirates, the country of coexistence and tolerance, the country of development and initiation, to solve a major issue and a massive topic, which is citizenship in its religious meaning, in its all-inclusive meaning that establishes loyalty and love for one's land and home, to work on developing one's country and preserving its best interests, and to interact with all the issues with a spirit of coexistence, tolerance, and inclusiveness, leading all the way to conscious sharing in a way that one would preserve themselves, protect their country, and deal with people with their own religious virtues and values that stem from mutual interests and goals that deliver prosperity, safety, and prosperity for everyone. Esteemed guests, and for diversity for diversity in society to lead to completeness, and for hearts and minds to be clear with one another and to live with a spirit of tolerance, we have to deepen the meaning of inclusive citizenship, to spread awareness about it and its religious place, and to protect it and safeguard it from all aspects of extremism, so that it would be a way to develop societies instead of bringing them down. In the end, I would like to ask God Almighty to help this forum achieve its goals and to bless the organizers to come up with the right scientific recommendations that are based on the latest scientific findings, that which through societal peace sustainable development, and cultural development as well. Blessings are to God Almighty. And now, in these moments, there is a momentum to be gifted from His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Rashid bin Mohammed bin Fatis Al Hajri, the head of the Sunni Awqaf Council in Bahrain, our sister country of Bahrain, gifted to His Eminence Al-Alama Abdullah bin Baya, the president of this forum. From mutual coexistence to shared conscience. There is another memorial shield presented by His Excellency Ashman Al-Khusht, the president of Cairo University, presented to His Eminence Abdullah bin Baya. Today, we speak with all of you here with the spirit of love, tolerance, and peace. Our next pillar will discuss inclusive citizenship definition and the current approaches. I would like to welcome the moderator, His Excellency Salman Al Hatlan, the the CEO of Hatlan Media. The first topic will be the definition. I would like to welcome as well and invite His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al Naimi, the General Director of the Emirates Center for Strategic Studies and Research, as well as His Excellency Abdullah Balkasiz, from the Kingdom of Morocco.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate. Peace be The peace and blessings of God be upon you all. Your Excellency, Your Eminence, Abdullah bin Bayya, Your Highnesses and Excellencies, esteemed guests and audience, peace be upon you all. It's my honor to welcome you here in this session of the 8th Forum of the 8th Assembly of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies that is held under the generous patronage of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation here in the UAE, under the title Inclusive Citizenship from Mutual Coexistence to Shared Conscience. I would like, in the beginning, to congratulate and bless the United Arab Emirates, both leadership and nation, for the anniversary of the Golden Jubilee for the foundation of the country, 50 years since the declaration of the foundation of the country, of the founding of the country. Esteemed guests, His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya says that Islam has established the legal pillars to protect religious diversity, which is considered a religious and a faithful intention, since citizenship is based on major principles: protecting one another, preserving one another, and respecting the diversity in faith and practicing faith. We, in this session, titled Inclusive Citizenship, Definitions and Current Paths to deepen our understanding of inclusive citizenship, especially in this world that post the COVID-19, in a world where the values of fraternity and coexistence and tolerance are more important than any other time. To deepen our understanding of human civilization, values, and virtues, and all the intellectual efforts that looks for all that is positive in coexistence and tolerance in accepting one another as an incentive to coexist and to live hand in hand. First, I would like to welcome all of our guests here. In the beginning, I would like to welcome His Excellency Dr. Sultan Al-Naimi, that will be the first speaker. His Excellency is the General Director of the Emirates Strategic Center, and he is also a lecturer in a number of national colleges, including the Defense College and other military colleges. And he has been presenting his lectures in many countries, including Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and Bahrain. Plus, he is a researcher in scientific affairs, specializing in Iranian matters. And he has set the curriculum for the academy. The floor is yours.
His Excellency Sheikh Abdullah bin Bayya, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you I greet you with the greetings of Islam, peace be upon you, and I welcome you into your second home, the United Arab Emirates, which in fact represents the concept of inclusive citizenship, which is the theme of this forum. In fact, when I was given this invitation by the forum organizers to participate, I tried to take citizenship from an approach of simulating logic. So could someone assist me with the clicker? So my speech today is not citizenship per se, from a theoretical point of view, there are quite a lot of publication around concepts, theoretical concepts of citizenship. However, today I aim to take citizenship from a realistic and logical point of view. I think, in my view, we must have a direct and clear objective to view citizenship from as a part of our belief system. This is what we aim to achieve, not through academic curricula and research. However, we have to delve into the human self to start seeing citizenship as an integral part of our human nature, and therefore approach it in a way to deal with others from this integral citizenship that is part of ourselves and inner selves. In my point of view, I think citizenship has a lot of definitions, and here I'm just going to give you one of the definitions. In my view, citizenship is being insightful in his Prophet Muhammad hadith when he said in his hadith around the meaning of if you are safe while walking around in your self and your family, it's as if you are owning the entire world. And this here uh, represents the notion of citizenship. So if you would like to have your safety and you would like to have a means of making a living and being safe on yourself and your countries, this will be the true representation of citizenship. Looking at citizenship on an individual or family level, this represents this house, this home. But people, as you may know, are social creatures, and therefore they cannot live in isolation. And we will have a group of houses or people through which citizenship transcends from an individual perspective to a group perspective. And if individuals are able to find safety and coexisting with others, this is the representation of citizenship. Therefore, citizenship is the belief of groups and coexistence. Citizenship is home. If there are a group of people living or individuals living at their houses, and before moving to the common international concepts, having this group living together in a specific land, this would represent a nation. And nations are based on that concept of a group living together and coexisting. So when we view home or nations, by nature, every individual has his own home. And therefore, we don't need to go to the declaration in 1948 to start issuing the concepts of citizenship, because the concepts of citizenship, like we said, stems from the very idea of individuals living together, which has always been there. The best example to showcase the fact that that citizenship has been there forever is the journey that that Prophet Muhammad had to leave from Mecca to Medina, and how he was hesitant to make that journey, however forced. And this shows that citizenship is an integral part of the human self and the human character. Citizenship is the belief that nation is a right to everyone. When the purpose of having a nation is to achieve safety and security and coexistence and ensure all the components that achieve psychological safety for individuals and groups, therefore, citizenship should embed that concept of coexistence. So citizenship, therefore, is another term for fraternity. nations embrace everyone and includes everyone under the national umbrella. And therefore, citizenship and inclusive citizenship should be a permanent notion in the subconscious of every human being and every citizenship. There is a national a national umbrella that includes every person in our nations. And if you notice, ever since the beginning of this speech, we only talked about individuals and groups, regardless of who they are, what their backgrounds are, what their religions are. And this is the core of it, is that abstract coexistence. Citizenship is the realization that this national umbrella is the basis of addressing any sort of conflict and ensuring proper conflict resolution that includes every individual. Citizenship is the realization the difference between religion and its political application, and that is another important component after individuals live together in groups. And the call to respect others amidst all of this plethora of fraternity and living together, based away from any foreign or external agendas that aim to harm the nations and to highlight a specific religion or group. This would mean that it would cause friction in the societies into ethnicities and sects, and eventually citizenship will therefore emerge to remind individuals of that national umbrella. This national umbrella affirms that this nation in its core has an objective of fraternity and coexistence regardless of any sect or any religion. And if there had been any conflict that happened in that nation, it should go back to that national umbrella to address those conflicts, and avoiding viewing a person or a group that has caused a certain damage or harm to the nation and associate them with a specific religion. However, we should view it as a group that has used religion in a political way. And this is a key issue here, to separate religion and those who have political agendas. Citizenship is realizing the difference between religions, sects, and ethnicities, and those who misuse it or abuse it. Citizenship is the right of practice as according to the interest of nations. There may be certain global economic crises or health crises, such as the pandemic, for example. Some governments fail to address those crises, and citizenship has the right to criticize and to protest. However, the purpose of this protest and this criticism is to seek effective solutions to correct pathways and not to make civilizations collapse. And therefore, citizenship is realizing rights to ensure the prosperity of nations and not to make them collapse. Any sectarian strifes or conflicts or ideologies that are not in the favor of states, all of these components are for us positive factors after that we have realized that they are all lead to collapsing states and affect its progress and sustainable development. I believe that these are still key strength areas for us to put forward an argument to all citizens that you can look that in the end, even though we have issues and conflicts, a state that is built on fraternity and citizenship, this is the solution and the objective And the way to address all of these issues without having to be derailed towards organizations that may have extreme ideologies. Citizenship, in my view, and this is the last slide, citizenship is the right to strive to have inclusive, ensure inclusive citizenship. You have to look at these immortal words in a reflective and insightful way to realize how the UAE managed to take on this approach of fraternity. His Highness late Sheikh Zayed bin Sultan Al Nahyan said, people, you have to know that your home is like your parents. There will be no pride and no dignity without this nation. This is your life and your death. The first and last demand should be your home. And you have to know that your belief in God is represented through your belief in your nation. This is how we can achieve inclusive citizenship. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Sultan Al-Naimi. And here I would like to reflect how happy I am that the title of this session is to deepen the understanding of the concepts of citizenship, especially because in the Arab world, we lived for a long period where this definition was swept away under the heavy weight of certain religious definitions that put before the religious nation concept ahead of the country citizenship, the modern definition that should be the one that is prevailing. I believe that citizenship has to be deeply rooted in our and strengthened in our Arab communities that are being torn apart under the weight of religious warfare and short-sightedness. I believe that this is a necessity in all over the Arab world. Our second topic in this session is about the national country and the pillars of citizenship. We will have Dr. Sayed Waldabah, who is a Mauritanian researcher and writer who has a PhD from Tunisia. He is a professor of philosophy and studies in Nouakchott University in Mauritania. He has a number of researches and articles that have been published in international newspapers and websites. He has a number of writings of many titles. The history, the book of history for Michel of Coco, and also the book of People and Destiny. We would like to welcome the doctor, to His Excellency, the doctor, to start his speech. Thank you very much, Brother Dr. Suleiman, for this introduction. And I would like to thank as well our esteemed committee here, as well as His Eminence, Abdullah bin Baya, for this generous invitation. Allow me for this intervention, Doctor. However, Dr. Ali Omlain, I think he is with us online. So allow me, because he is with us through the satellites. So I apologize personally for the misunderstanding that occurred. I expected that the doctor would be with us here on the stage, but he will be with us through Zoom. Dr. Ali Omlail, he's a intellectual and a Moroccan diplomat who has a PhD from the Sorbonne University. He took a number of positions in the Kingdom of Morocco, as well as working in Lebanon and other countries. He had a number of articles and researches. The floor is yours, Your Excellency. It's my pleasure to participate in this forum, this important forum, and it's a vital topic. And I would like to thank those who have invited me, esteemed guests. The country as a system and as an institution is an old concept in history. However, the national country in its defined definition, in its specific definition, is of a recent history. It was established in certain countries. That's how it came to be. In certain countries in West Europe, and then it went outside. And so the establishment of such a definition took both elements of the nation that is adopting the concept, as well as the founding region of West Europe. And there are a number of organizations like the US and the GCC and the Arab League that have adopted these concepts, or definitions rather. If the country is an ancient definition in history, and is an ancient establishment in certain Arab countries, so the national country in its modern understanding has been imported to a large extent. And this was done partially, and only and the need was taken from that definition. We did not import it in its totality. Rather, we took the parts that we needed under the title of systemical renovations, and to face a number of issues that were threatening Arab or countries like foreign occupation, for example. Our Arab countries like Tunisia, Morocco, and others. In the beginning, this was done to renew and to establish a military power, the army, to protect the country. And there were a number of other fixings to fix. And of course, to introduce new and modern sciences that was required. So all of these reforms included scientific bases, which led to the birth of a number of intellectual scientific elites that would compete shoulder to shoulder with a number of traditionalists. And that's why a number of our sheikhs in the beginning were against it, where they were against these reforms because it threatened their religious position that has been threatened by these new reformists. And a number of people, a percentage of the society stood by their side. This was since the 19th century. These reforms have hurt traditional manufacturers that found themselves suddenly competing with foreign products, and they were paying taxes in the old religious system. One of these reforms one of these adopted reforms was to call to work according or to live according to the doctrine or to the constitution again, versus or instead of the old totalitarian system that in which reformists called it a reason why the Arab countries were backwards. So reformists called their new approach modernism and the old totalitarian system backwardness. However, these reforms were based on the understanding or the assumption that Arab backwardness and delay in modern terms was due to the Ottoman totalitarian system, the old totalitarian systems. So the negative thing here, that they focused the reason behind the backwardness of the political system or institution, opened the doors to call to change it by force, which aka changing, i.e. changing the replacing the old system through military coups that have been ongoing in Arab countries. And thus, there was no call for democracy. It was instead reforms were being introduced by force, or rather through an Islamic identity. So if this national country, it became a reality in our countries. However, there was a number of challenges. One of these challenges is that the national country combines both country and nation. However, there's a misunderstanding for some of us. Arabs and Arabists would not consider the nation and the country one, because the Arab nation for them is a broader definition than any one single Arab country. So in their views, an Arab country on its own would go against their Arabism, pan-Arabism, because it would dissect the Arab world into smaller nation instead of being under the same umbrella. So the issue here is not in belonging in faith and principle to the Islamic nation. However, the issue here is in considering that true loyalty lies in being loyal to the Islamic nation and not to the nation of Islam instead of the national country. There is another issue that is still being disputed, that the national country in its characteristics has one main pillar, which is the constitution, in which gives birth to all laws and rules. However, if when we have the constitution, we have the issue that the Sharia laws are above the constitution, which is still an area of discussion and disputes, or rather discussions amongst us. There is another issue, which is citizenship. Citizenship is an all-inclusive identity that transcends ethnic and religious backgrounds. It's an identity that includes everyone in one national entity, and however, this inclusive total definition is an issue of discussion, even in a discussion even in ancient, well-established Western countries, because of all the immigration that's going for them. Because in the West, they consider Muslim immigrants as a threat to their secular systems and the values that the West has been established upon. However, the Muslims, the new Muslim Europeans, have no solution instead, except for letting go of their Muslim identity to be part to be part of their secular surroundings or environment. Integration is a hot topic due to the presence of the Muslims in Europe. For integration for this renewed right wing is to let go of your Muslim and faith background, or you won't be a citizen with just like the rest of us. Because societies, the societies there have been the cultural pillars and foundations have been established before their arrival to Europe. So, in order for them to be part and to merge with this society, they have to let go, as I said, of their religious background. However, secularism that ensures diversity freedom, became the new enemy of the nation or the country. And the Muslims of Europe are now the defenders of certain ethical values that Europe has been always boasting that they came up with or adopted it.
The far right, the populist far right, thinks that the Islamic culture is only a religion, and only the religion is extreme, because they believe that Islam by nature produces terrorism, although the fact states that terrorists are only a minority and a very small group that could be associated to Islam. However, in relation to our Arab states, we have multilateralism in sects and religions. However, the understanding of multilateralism is not from a sociological point of view. However, it's multilateralism of syndicates and parties. This modern multilateralism is based on individuals and identity, and an identity that has an overarching concept that spans across the different individuals. And what we need to do is to adopt the democratic view of multilateralism. There would be no national state without an inclusive citizenship. Because in some states, even getting recruited is only dependent on sect and religion and not competence. And therefore, without multilateralism, there would be no national army. There would be no proper parliament system that reflects the will of the people. And the government, in a sectarian state will be unstable because its resolutions and decisions will depend on the alignment between its sects, and it will not have sovereignty because a national state has sovereignty, but a sectarian state does not have sovereignty because these sects will outpower each other using external forces and sometimes invites them to interfere in their internal affairs. And there would be no rule of law or equality in a sectarian system because the power and authority of sects outpowers the law and jurisdiction system in terms of both power and accountability. So the sectarian system needs to be replaced with a civil state that is built on citizenship with a holistic identity that goes beyond sects and ensuring alignment and reconciliation between all sects, because that previous system has proved its ineffectiveness. The majority and the minorities are not fixed in a non-multilateral state. However, for example, Christians are always a minority in a state where the majorities are Muslims, and the other way around. And the sectarian identity depends on the individual and their activity politically or economically and predetermined based on their sectarian loyalty. And a national civilian state ensures the freedom of practice and belief, given it is practiced in a way that does not interfere with the overall state direction. Otherwise, the state will turn into a conflict, a religion-driven conflict. Using anything else would make the variables of politics get in the way, because politics, as you know, is based on views, projects, and diverse states that are always changing in circumstances. Putting religion as part of politics will get us into a lot of dilemmas. And views in politics will not be then only a point of view, but will turn into an obliging fatwa or a rule. So separating politics from religion will ensure that we don't have to use other means of force to enforce laws. And thank you very much for listening.
شكرا جزيلا للدكتور علي أمين.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali Omlel. Specifically, this very insightful discussion around the differences between a state, a civil state, and a sectarian state. We go back now to His Excellency Dr. Abdullah bin Abba. The floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to listen to our friend and brother, Dr. Ali Omlil. In fact, I will continue in this philosophical approach that has been put forward by Dr. Omlil, however, from perhaps a different direction. I'm not going to address the Arab and Islamic experience, but I will address the concept of inclusive citizenship as crystallized in the modern Western concepts. Because in my belief, I think it has a sense of political modernity as it was conceived in Europe. And I've started my abstract given forward by Hannah Arendt, a renowned American philosopher, who said that modernity is characterized with a sense of self-exploration, because citizenship in the Romanian civilization was not based on self-liberty, but shared um, liberty. And what characterizes this modernity is this dimension of self-exploration and self-journey, which has put forward new issues related to citizenship in the modern state. And I argued that the way to address these issues, there are three fundamental issues I think will form the theoretical context of citizenship from a holistic point of view. The first issue is related to the free self and its relation to the state, given that the state is the joint entity for all. And this has posed a great dilemma, and the duplicity of the relationship between individual and a citizen who is connected and has loyalty to a state. So, given that the individual is rejecting the rejection of this nature said by Aristotle, that people are civil by nature, and that idea that stems around the natural right of law and the priority of a free individual that contextualize the political civil legitimacy for a modern state. Therefore, this artificial dimension that was put forward for the modern state has created a dilemma in relation to the priority of individual and their natural right and the priority of human rights related to political legitimacy. And from that perspective, the dilemma has become that how can we identify a level of pre-civil rights? Aren't these given rights that are a product of laws? So how can we regulate its benchmarking approach to regulate it before the state is even founded? This dilemma has been in the minds of liberalists and philosophers in the last 3 centuries, starting with Holmes and Locke until our current day. And I don't want to get into the bigger dilemmas that has been discussed by the liberalists philosophers who take 2 different dimensions, which is abstract liberalism and I don't know the accurate translation, which is the Republican, which focuses on citizenship as coexistence, as 2 polarized parts of the same continuum. Liberalism at one side and coexistence at the other side. What I've noticed is that today, in our current day, this dilemma crystallizes in a way to show the relationship between the human code of rights, the global human code of rights, and the modern state civil rights within states. And it's quite a complex dilemma, but I don't want to address it. But what I want to demonstrate at the end of this at the end of this discussion that I have mentioned in my academic paper, that the liberal understanding of a state collides with the concept of coexistent citizenship at a time that you cannot adopt a liberalist, an abstract liberalist perspective, regardless of how you phrase it. There is the Rousseau approach, there is the Hegel approach, the communicative approach, and so on and so forth by the different philosophers. So it's hard to regulate the relationship between this right, natural right of citizenship and the sovereign legal systems of states. The second dilemma is related to the collision between beliefs and benchmarked loyalties at one side, as well as the justice approaches that are based on coexistence at the other end of the continuum. And this is related to the civil awareness that has been part of the modern, the state modernity, which takes us from an holistic approach to a more multilateral approach to be replaced with a lower level concept of justice that is based on pluralism. And this, in order to address this issue of political obligation, in other words, why do intellectuals, free intellectual individuals, have to respect legal and justice systems? And this is the basis of a political legitimacy at a state that is based on freedom of individuals. This is quite a huge dilemma, and the key theories of that is the John Rawls theory, which includes inclusivity, an inclusive approach towards the justice system that is based on multilateral communities. What I want to achieve through this complex dilemma is that the modern liberal understanding is gradually moving towards granting religions the right to get into the conversation and the dialogue of states, because religion is not the basis of creating those justice systems. So the issue here is not related to the epistemology of between and the differences between religious dialogue. However, the mechanisms that are governing the overall dialogue between multilateral communities. So if the belief systems have some components, rational components, this is what allows it to get into the overall discussion, provided they use proper and logical rationales for that discussion. And also the legal systems that cannot just be summarized of the technical aspects of the law. And that calls for a reconsideration to bridge the gap between the value awareness and the awareness of our value systems and the procedural laws. And I think that it is one of the approaches around the contemporary philosophical issues in this subject. And I go with the argument that has been put forward by Dr. Sultan, that citizenship should be founded on these common joint values that undoubtedly are based on the religious virtue system. However, outside from the pressures that are put and enforced by the religious systems. The third argument is related to or this modern perspective of state and the sovereign approaches of the political rights as put forward. The variation between the rights and values of citizenship and the perception of citizenship within the very tight limitations of the states. And this is not a new issue. However, it came up after the argument that has sparked from the globalization state and its understanding of the joint sovereignty as a replacement of a national state or a cohesive state. The question is, if the outcomes of political freedom including human rights and pluralist systems, is directly connected to the nationalism. The challenge now is how do we maintain these outcomes in a postmodern state? And what we should shed light on is that the current philosophies are reconsidering a concept that is perhaps not new, but was put forward by Kant in the 18th century, which is the cosmopolitan belief, is how do we establish an anthropological system that unifies the humans regardless of differences and their diversities in both legal and political beliefs. I think that this project is still present and will be present for the next generations. And today, the receding of the national identity, which was considered by some philosophers, are considered an obstacle towards achieving equality and freedom because they have an innate differentiation based on loyalty and the marginalization of minorities from privileges and human rights. Would democracy be a cosmopolitan component and a value that will ensure liberating humans regardless of what their beliefs are? This thesis, this belief, I believe, is part of the philosopher's understanding, but they do not address the fact that constitutional systems are not sufficient to incorporate the idea of citizenship. And the conflicts between pluralist states is the evidence of this phenomenon, which I believe will be there in the future. And I think the crystallization and addressing the concept of an inclusive citizenship that which we are discussing in this forum is a major contribution to regulate and address this issue. And thank you very much.
شكرا.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abdullah Al-Sayed Waldabah. And now we're going to Dr. Ali Rashid Al-Naimi, His Excellency Dr. Ali Al-Naimi. He is the president of the International Council for Muslim Societies and the Excellence Council in combating extreme violence. He has held a number of positions before, including the highest director position of the Emirates University, and a number of positions in the education field in the UAE. He has many renowned researchers in various platforms, and has contributed in a number and participated in a number of international events. The floor is yours, Your Excellency. In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, and blessings are upon the Prophet Muhammad, his kin and his companions, Your Eminences, Highnesses, Your Highnesses, Eminences, Excellencies, and esteemed brothers and sisters. Peace be upon you all. I came at the end of this session, and I believe that who has been before me has spoken better than I would. However, I will discuss national identity, or citizenship rather, a national country, from a different perspective from what has been mentioned by my esteemed colleagues here, through a real-time experience that I have lived personally. First, I would like to thank and express my gratitude to His Eminence Abdullah bin Bayya, may God protect him, that has been keen on presenting this title, this topic that is the fruit of the hard work in presenting the dilemma between identity and national country, which includes everyone, both Muslims and non-Muslims within the Muslim world and outside its boundaries. And that's why His Eminence has truly gained our gratitude and our best blessings for God to protect, to bless his knowledge, his understanding, and his students. Brothers and sisters, the Islamic nation, the Muslim nation, faces many challenges, including new, unprecedented modern challenges that require our scientists to come up with learnings that cope up with the times and provide religious answers. And this requires bravery, courageousness, and scientific research. And that's why I would like to express again my thanks and my awe for all the effort that is being done by His Eminence, because he has always been pro providing answers and solutions that all the programs and activities that he is presenting and patroning are part of the solution, not of the issue. Brothers and sisters, our topic here has to do with the issue of identity and belonging. The youth, in particular, in the Muslim world and outside its boundaries, the ones that are truly Muslim, suffers from an identity, a belonging and an identity issue. What is your identity? And what do you belong to? Are you Muslim? Are you an Emirati? Saudi? Egyptian? Moroccan? Is he Spanish? American? Italian? And that's why this pluralism has created an identity issue or dilemma that required people or scientists to come up with the right solution to, an answer to. And thus, this forum is the platform that would present answers for those who live in the Muslim world and outside its borders. And unfortunately, our youth has been kidnapped mentally and heart-wise kidnapped under the umbrella of identity. And that's why national identity has been trespassed. A make-believe identity transcended borders under the flag. When we are talking about inclusive citizenship and the national country, we aim with all of our hard work, especially here in the UAE, to deal with this issue from a modern perspective that is based upon the Sharia and is able to deal with the challenges of the times. We are living today in an age of diversity, and globalism is all over. There is no country that has one color or has one approach, one ethnicity, one religion. Pluralism and diversity is all over. And that's why there is no country in the Muslim world that doesn't have diversity and pluralism, multi religions, multi ethnicities and races and sects. And that's why we are in front of one of two options. Either we accept coexistence and diversity and invest in it and protect it and safeguard it through a national frame that in an all-inclusive citizenship, protected by the country, by the rule of law, in which rights are preserved and protected for everyone. Or we can take the other path. We would inherit and breed issues that would deplete our power, our youth. Our youth will be the victims. That's why here in the UAE, when we discuss coexistence and diversity, we consider it a source of power, of strength, and motivation for us and for the future of our youth. And through it, we would pave the way for a future, for a path for the future, a plan for the future that would preserve our values, our virtues, and our religion. We, brothers and sisters, we are in extreme need to deeply establish the meaning of a national country in its all-inclusive meaning that includes all the components of our region. We here in this region have always been and will always remain an area of diversity. Jews, Christians, and other sects have always lived in our area and region for hundreds of years. They are part of our history. And that's why they should be part of our future as well. Muslims that are living outside the borders of the Muslim world are over 650 million Muslims. Those, we have to provide them a frame that would provide them with the feeling of belonging and to be proud and shapes out of them a contributing power and force in their societies that would contribute in improvement and development and they would be a role model for us in the Muslim world in order to live in a world where humans are equal in rights and responsibilities while respecting countries' doctrines and constitutions where rights and responsibilities are equally respected. We are aware that what we provide and present here in this forum is outside the norm, outside what some intellectuals used to discuss. And it's outside what we would find in our curriculums in schools and universities. However, we need for the intellectual elites, and not just the scientists, the intellectual elites should take upon them the responsibility to provide solutions for this nation, to save our youth from everything that would threaten their identity. We need those who would patron this issue in all bravery and courageousness in our intellectual institutions, in our religious institutions, and for everyone, so that the national country would be presented in its right way. In the past, some people used to hold hopes on what is called the religious country. However, when we review our past, our history, we find out that this concept has been utilized by certain groups that wanted to use our nations to exploit them. We need to come up with a speech that includes people, that unifies them instead of separates them, that establishes the bridges of understanding, of respect and love and peace for everyone. A speech that includes all components of our society to make sure and to be keen on the peace and development of our nations. Exclusivity would harm us before it would harm others. And that's why and when I say that Jews and Christians and others were always an integral part of our history, the history of this region, and they should remain part of our future. When I contemplate the ages of prosperity through the Muslim ages of prosperity, I'd find that at the epitome of our prosperity, the prosperity of Muslim nations, there were values that strengthened and supported the virtues and values of coexistence and tolerance, in which everyone from every religion contributed to building society with the overarching theme of prosperity and safety. Thank you very much for your good listening, and God bless you all. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Ali Rashid Al-Naimi, for this dealing with this major issue, the question of identity and national country. And of course, Dr. Ali doesn't need my recommendations or he is one of the first people who stood against sectarian speech and extremism speech in our region. Whether it's taking the slogan of the national of the religious identity or other misguided concepts. Dr. James Walters is the establishing director of the Society of Unified Religions in the London economics. He presents a number of international contribution, including research, the role that in world economy. He has a number of books, including in 2018, religious fiction, Loving Your Neighbor. He studied in Cambridge University. The floor is all yours, Your Excellency.
London, where I regret that the restrictions imposed on us by the new COVID variant prevent me from being with you in person. But I am truly delighted to be invited by His Excellency Sheikh bin Bayer and his associates to take part in these conversations, which are of such profound importance for our times. As we've heard this morning already, to speak of citizenship is to speak of our obligations. As the priest and poet John Donne wrote, "No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main." We're not isolated units. We have obligations to fellow citizens, and we have obligations to legitimate authorities to whom we are bound by a social contract and who provide us with things easily taken for granted: security, economic participation, freedoms, access to healthcare and judicial process, and so on. In addition to these obligations, the believer has obligations to divine authority. We acknowledge that all the goods we enjoy, our very life itself, are not earned or deserved. All is gift. And so our spiritual lives cultivate an awareness of this ultimate truth and require that our moral choices and daily habits express the obligations inherent within it. In much of the Western world, these obligations are frequently downplayed or even denied. We are captivated by a mentality that the director of the London School of Economics, Baroness Shafiq, has described in her recent book as thinking that we are self-made and self-sufficient. That mindset is certainly evident in relation to our obligations to God, as atheistic consumerism has come to replace Christendom as our primary system of meaning. But it's also true of the obligations of citizenship. Decades of skepticism about big government, an ideology of individualism, and widespread suspicion of institutions and elites have weakened faith in the social contract. Populist nationalism might appear to be a reversal of some of these trends, but in fact, these nationalisms are rarely about obligations and more about unthinking passions, including passionate grievances, fears, and hatreds. But the Christian tradition has a rich heritage of thinking on both these sets of obligations, secular and sacred, as well as the important relation between the two. St. Augustine of Hippo indeed wrote of two kinds of citizenship, that of the earthly city and that of the city of God. While the earthly city is marred by human lust for power, the state is not against the purposes of God in furthering the peace and order of society. The state is not a consequence of sin, it is a remedy for sin in fostering commonwealth, and responsible citizenship. But according to Augustine, it is our belonging to the city of God, our loyalty to God, that truly brings about the good in human life. It transforms the individual and it transforms the collective as we allow ourselves to be ordered by God's ways of love. So our obligations to the state and our obligations to God are distinct but entangled. In Islam, they are perhaps often more tightly interwoven in the comprehensive vision of Sharia that you uphold. But in my own strand of Christianity, the Church of England, we too united nationhood and faith at the Reformation into an established church, of which our monarch is the supreme governor, and which continues to see bishops serving in the state legislature. Citizenship of the earthly and the heavenly cities were held close together. And the cost was the exclusion and brutal persecution of Roman Catholics and Protestant dissenters in England for at least 2 centuries. The obligations of citizenship were so defined as to exclude even alternative strands of our own faith, and certainly those of other faiths. But gradually we saw the wisdom of toleration and a recognition that theological obligations differently conceived need not compromise a citizen's ability or desire to fulfill their obligations to the state. Indeed, the national community may be enriched by diversity of spiritual paths, contributing to the common good. So we in this country now live with the paradox of an undeniably Christian, rather than secular, constitution, providing a space for the flourishing of citizens of diverse religious obligations. On the occasion of her Diamond Jubilee, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth remarked that gently and assuredly, the Church of England has created an environment for other faith communities, and indeed people of no faith, to live freely. Woven into the fabric of this country, the Church has helped to build a better society, more and more in active cooperation for the common good with those of other faiths. And it is this gentle reweaving of obligations to state and to God that enables me as a priest in that established church to take the role that I do, leading a centre at the London School of Economics with colleagues of different faith traditions that has a mission to promote understanding of world religions and good relations between them. The students who participate in our programs are drawn from 160 different countries and all the major world faith traditions. We are aware that they come with different, sometimes opposing, understandings of the obligations of citizenship, both political and religious. And we certainly don't seek to impose any fixed model of citizenship. Our current research project, Global Religious Pluralities, is attending to the diversity of models that we need to promote robust religious pluralism in different contexts around the world. But we do have 2 convictions about citizenship within any state. First, that it will be enhanced when faith can be expressed and allowed to contribute in the way Augustine described to the common good of society. The secular suppression of faith exported by some Western powers as a hallmark of modernity is no longer tenable and has deprived civic life of the richness of spiritual thought and practice. Obligations to the state do not trump obligations to God, but neither need they be undermined by them. Both can be acknowledged and woven together to the benefit of all. Second, while maintaining our own strong faith commitments, and even while upholding an established national religion, knowledge of other faiths is important and enriching. Religious literacy from outside a tradition must be seen as distinct from the confessional teaching we provide within. The latter is a spiritual formation. The former is simply a matter of being informed. In today's globalized culture, you are not fully educated until you are educated about what other people believe. And so we hope that our students will be serious about their obligations as citizens of diverse nations, as believers of diverse religions, and as global citizens of the one world we all share. I give thanks for this forum in furthering this work and for affording me the privilege of speaking with you today. Thank you very much.
شكرا جزيلا
Thank you, Professor James Walters. And we truly hope that the idea of teaching students openness towards other religions and ideas and insights is available and present at all universities and academic institutions to ensure that we transcend towards citizenship, whether through religion itself and through dealing with other religions. We have less than 10 minutes and that we would like to invest in asking a question to our colleagues on the podium here. One question per guest, and then we wrap up. I'll start with Dr. Sultan and Amy. We noticed, Dr. Sultan, that through the discussions and dealing with the issues of globalization, there have been variations between countries in the way that this pandemic was addressed, in a way that people have perhaps become more loyal and belonging to their countries because of the pandemic and due to the way in which it was dealt with in an official manner. This is the beginning in our Arab nations, considering what we have said, the implications of the pandemic. Thank you, Doctor, for the question. I believe the issue of globalization and the fear towards globalization is variant from one country to another. And when this inclusive citizenship is not existent in those countries and the government not paying attention to their citizens from a holistic point of view without discrimination between religions and so on and so forth, the more that this is evident, the more fear towards globalization will be decreased. On the other hand, globalization could be utilized to improve the benefits that individuals gain from the community and how it could be utilized, and the other way around. The more variations and split and gaps in the society, and unfortunately not having good governance in dealing with these issues, there are policies, unfortunately, that escalate these issues. Undoubtedly, as mentioned by Dr. Ali, the globalization will remain an issue, and the issue of identity will be present. So any implications coming from abroad will have a negative effect, regardless of having a positive one. Therefore, citizenship is the flag, the main flag around which the community should circle, that governments should scaffold on it. And that does not mean a lack of respect towards religions. However, we always say that citizenship is an inclusive concept. So we welcome globalization, given that we have a state that is capable of engaging and culminating everyone, and could utilize globalization in a positive way and even influence it and inform it and transfer our concepts of globalization to other countries. Thank you, Your Excellency, Dr. Sultana Naimi. I give the floor now to Dr. Asayed Waldabah. In ancient Greek philosophy, citizens who do not fulfill their obligations are considered stifling development. Let's give a bit of historic insight into that. Thank you. Going back to Hannah Arendt, who addressed a true dilemma, which is that citizens in an ancient Greek state have political rights, which is the rights of engagement and contribution in general, but do not have individual free rights. Therefore, they are free within their states, but not outside it. However, in a modern state, this individual freedom has a higher stage from political contribution. Political contribution is driven by individual freedom. The issue that was put forward by Henna, which goes back to the Kant, like we said, is that this free will, free political will, which is the fundamentals of modern citizenship, poses a great challenge because this will is merely a will to do and not necessarily based on the actual capabilities of doing and working. So, and here, how can we form a civilized system based on an abstract free will that perhaps does not have a tangible representation on the ground? What I want to conclude through this issue, which I think is a big issue, is that if we cascade it on the individual level, we will have a major challenge. And I think that the idea of inclusive citizenship signifies that. There are rights related to human nature and outside of the state rights, given the common notion of humanity. Although the practical application should work within these parameters. So away from the law, individuals who don't have sovereign rights as refugees, for example, or marginalized or eliminated individuals, the issue that we have is the abstract perspective related to human rights, and there is the civil political perspective that humans should have rights even beyond the sovereign state parameters, and that we can refer to as the cosmopolitan hosting right. These issues are urgent and compelling and need effective theoretical and practical solutions. Thank you very much, Dr. Waldaba. I now ask Dr. Ali Naimi. Your Excellency, you have talked about the implications of the religious speech and its mutations of the citizenship concept. And you talked about the issues of extremism and less extremist. Dr. Ali Naimi, how can we overcome the negative implications of religious texts, and how could religious speeches contribute to enhancing the value of citizenship? You have given them very easy questions, but given me perhaps the most difficult one. First, I think that this forum is the answer to your question, Doctor. We are now at a stage, one of the stages that my generation has gone through, when we used to address and talking about nations and countries, it's like talking about shrines, and it was frowned upon. And this dialogue that we're having now is an outcome of efforts that have gone for generations. So when we started to talk about the national state and citizenship, we used to face a lot of people thought that it is givens. Some people who have individual agendas have abused religion to serve their own agendas. I think that this particular forum provides a legitimate context and consolidation of the concept of inclusive citizenship and the concept of a national state. And therefore, we need another component, which is consolidating and internalizing the legal frameworks in every country to embrace global citizenship. This forum gives us the legitimacy from their eminence, the scientists and the religious people, to have proper dialogue stemming from the religious texts and values and beliefs. And after that, we complement and beautify this speech by internalizing the legal and regulatory framework in every country to internalize this concept of inclusive citizenship and the rule of law within the umbrella of roles and responsibilities. So this is very key, and this is what perhaps was touched upon by Dr. Sultan. In the UAE, we managed to internalize this diversity governed by the legal and regulatory framework of the UAE. And this is why our new generations do not face any internal clashes while dealing with the other. So they actually deal with them in a very relaxed way, whilst at the same time protecting the individuality of every belief system and every person's privacy. And like Dr. Salman said, I think that after this forum, like you rightly mentioned, we need to launch a kind of awareness that the outcomes and recommendations of this forum should be translated to laws and regulations that serve the incorporation of global citizenship and inclusive citizenship that ensures equality of roles and responsibilities. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for this. And by that, we conclude the first session of this conference. I would like to reiterate my thanks to His Excellency, Dr. Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya and the organizing team. This is a brilliant beginning of our conversation and fruitful dialogue where we address the key concepts and challenges that we faced, particularly in our Arab region. Thank you very much for the audience, ladies and gentlemen, and peace be upon you. All thanks and appreciation to our professors and all of those who are following us from outside the UAE to enrich this session under the title of Inclusive Citizenship, Definition and Context. I would like to welcome you to the second session, which will be under the title Towards Crafting a New Definition for Inclusive Citizenship, after a 15-minute break that we will convene afterwards to continue the proceedings of the 8th Assembly of the Forum for Promoting Peace in Muslim Societies. Thank you very much for listening.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ندعو الضيوف الكرام والحضور الكريم إلى الالتحاق بالجلسة الثانية من جلسات هذا اللقاء، فندعو الجميع إلى الالتحاق بهذه الجلسة.
نرجو من الجميع الحضور لافتتاح الجلسة الثانية مع الشكر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. نرحب بكم.
In the name of God, the most merciful, the most compassionate, we welcome you again here in this forum that goes hand in hand with the 50th anniversary of the foundation of the country of the United Arab Emirates. And it's our pleasure to continue our program in our second pillar towards the forming of a new understanding of inclusive citizenship, headed by His Excellency or His Eminence Sheikh Habib Ali Jeffrey, the President of the Taba Institute for Research and Consultations, and with the participation of His Excellency Dr. Eric Joffroy, the head of the Arabic and Islamic Studies in Strasbourg University in France, as well as His Excellency Dr. William Findlay and His Excellency Dr. Elion Bah, member of the teaching authority in Strasbourg University, France, as well with the participation of the Dr. Richard Sodworth and His Eminence Dr. Ahmed As-Sununi from the Kingdom of Morocco, as well as with the participation of the priest Dr. Fadi Dow, the head of the religions institutions and the professor of principal philosophy and geopolitical religions in Lebanon. We would like to ask His Eminence Sheikh Ali Jeffrey to moderate the session. Thank you very much, and bless the grace and blessings. We ask God Almighty to praise and bless the Prophet Muhammad, his kin and companion. When we are discussing the forming of a new understanding of inclusive citizenship, we have to discuss two topics: from citizenship to fraternship or fraternity. As for the other topic, the religious identity and the national identity, a harmony, no, and not a collision. We live in a world that is living through many changes, including philosophical changes and this historical path that the world is going through would lead to the diminishing of the postmodernity philosophy and showing how it failed to form a new philosophy for postmodernism. And I believe that the time is ripe for that, for intellectuals, for those who are cultured, to participate and contribute to form this new era or new phase. The first speaker, His Excellency Dr. Eric Joffroy, the President of the Arabic and Islamic Studies in Strasbourg University in France. We will listen to him now. The floor is yours.
شكرا. بارك الله فيكم. Bonjour à toutes et à tous.
Good morning. Peace be upon you. Do you hear me correctly? Thank you. Go ahead. God bless you. I would like, in 2 minutes, since it's the time allocated to me, to talk about avec the change of a paradigm that Dr. Al-Jifri started this session. I think we should change this paradigm in our new humanity with this pyramid to dominate, of course, and that is the idea of to crush the one below me. This is what is happening in our society, and even between nations. And we should go towards this paradigm of a circle. There is no first, no last. So we are all equal. I gave a drawing. Can we show it, please? I sent
It's a circle. It's a circular shape. A slide that I've sent, but it seems that it's not up yet.
I sent, of course, this diagram to show how we will live together. I'm very sorry that you cannot see this diagram. In this pyramid, we are in the speciality. I took an example, the ecology, the medicines, and the economy. We are specialized in each field. We should, or get back to this circle round. We have this principle of holistic, which is the holism, and it is in whether it is in economy, theology, or medicines. So this principle of holism, it's about unicity. And we find, of course, the principle of Islam, which is the Tawheed. We call it Tawheed. So to worship one God. So as if it is about one individual or a nation, we should refocus about this principle of unicity. And this is about the interdependency that we recognize today in the human sciences. In my drawing, and I'm sorry I cannot see it, we come back to the pyramids, where I want to be superior, to get more power than the other, and to have more money, more of happiness than the others. Then I should crush the others and dominate them. So we are in something inequality that will bring frustrations, wars, and also terrorists, because they are born from colonialism as we know it in Europe. So if we go to this circle, what we call it in Arabic, da'ira. So in this drawing, there is no first, no end, or later. So we are all at equal distance from the center. I will come back. A pyramid system. We are in analytical thoughts. It's a partial thought or thinking where it moves to sectarism. If I am right, that's for sure the other one is not right. Whether from another color of skin or another religion, but in the principle of a circle, I give a privilege to synthesize idea where we go to this Islamic principle, which is Shumuliya, to get all. So I get back to the pyramids. So the value of the individuals, it's about his wealth. So how much money he has. But in the other paradigm of the circle, what is important is the human value. First of all, this is what everyone should contribute and give to the circle, with, of course, a certain difference. In this system of pyramid, we are in competitions where it brings wars. I give some example. I'm French, so Napoleon Bonaparte who did good things like civil rights at that moment in Europe, but he was overwhelmed by the competition, and he spread the blood all over Europe. But in the circle paradigm, what is the privilege? It's the solidarity and compassion that will promote more stability and peace, social peace. So if we get back to the kind or in the pyramid, since the revolutions, when the humans settled up, we are in this patriarchal system where we can say the male would dominate the female, which is what we call machismo. When I come back to the circle paradigm, on the contrary, we try to get back to a complementarity between the man and the woman, and the human principles. So we promote more of the harmony between all people. In the pyramid system, we are in the mental dimension, which means the brain and rational. So this is the rational that prevail, and this is more towards the male mentality, which is totally wrong. But when we come back to the circle paradigm, what the Islam or the Quran would nominate as al-aql, the brain. There is the logic and the beyond logic, which they are complementary. And finally, another example. I'm really sorry that you cannot see my drawing. It was in French and English, both bilingual. In the pyramid principle, so to dominate more, I have to produce material things. So think about Europe since the 17th or 18th century. We will develop the techno-scientism, France or other, to better dominate the world, or dominate also the nature, and to produce colonialism and all that we know. And even today, what does it give us? This will push people to consume more. We are in this phenomena of consuming more, and we know, of course, these rich countries, modern country, cannot continue by super consuming. In this paradigm of circle, I try, of course, I will try to produce. I need that, but I produce also a well-being, not only material things and products. I will never forget that in UAE you created the Ministry of Happiness, and this is very important because I will promote how to fulfill yourself at the psychological level, spiritual level, that will shine towards a social peace. So this my drawing is applicable to at the small like scale, which is the individual and the family and the nation and the humanity in general, and how the behavior of compared to the animal rain and other plants. So this change is happening. A lot of states and the groups, they know that this is important to have this change, and this is processes about the mentality cannot change from one day. Just we have to promote this change and this evolution towards this circle principle, because we cannot do better in our economy. It's internal revolution about the psychology, internal psychology, and behavioral revolution. And in the verses of the Quran 13:11, where Almighty God will not change people if they don't change by themselves. حتى يغيروا ما بأنفسهم. This is what it is written in the Holy Quran. So in each individual psychology, everyone should change and contribute that the environment nearby or very far would be better. I'm sorry that you couldn't see my drawing. That would help you to follow me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Eric. And now we give the floor to Dr. William Fendley. In all honesty, I hate being the moderator because I feel like I'm a policeman monitoring time. And I've been asked that each speech would not exceed 10 minutes. Your Excellency, Dr. William, the floor is yours.
الو جاهز؟
So warm greetings to all the distinguished members of the forum. Your Eminent Sheikh bin Baya, we offer heartfelt thanks to you, and we offer thanks for the patronage of the leadership of the United Arab Emirates and their good peoples, and greetings to my fellow panelists. It's, first of all, I want to appreciate the previous presentation, which I thought was very illuminating. Three key words of our topic are citizenship, fraternity, and cooperation. In my view, the realities referenced by these three terms need to be dynamically interrelated. Ideally, we have a robust legal regime of citizenship. It's accompanied by a profound depth of fraternity that in turn underpins and animates concrete cooperation for the common good. But we all know that in diverse situations, we find these three realities to be less than perfectly united. We can, for example, find states with fairly robust legal notions of citizenship that appear to be depleting their reserves of fraternity and letting cooperation for the common good weaken or wither on the vine. In these states, you can pile on additional rights, and some of these may be called for, but what is perhaps most needed is the reestablishment of fraternal solidarity and related cooperation for the common good. Without these, the legal setup may be good, but unable to stem the erosion of social cohesion and related ills. On another far extreme, I have personally experienced heroic fraternity, profound bonds of solidarity, and related cooperation among, for example, diverse religious communities in states that have literally collapsed with the effective loss of citizenship for everyone. In these states, healing, rebuilding, and legal reform that endow all with the rights, privileges, and responsibilities of citizenship are required. What we all want, I believe, is a dynamic, virtuous cycle in which fraternity is ever deepened and ever more concretely expressed in cooperation, and that these two, fraternity and concrete cooperation, underpin and support authentic forms of citizenship with both genuine rights and responsibilities. In short, we need legal rights and responsibilities attendant to citizenship. They are essential, but they must be rooted in solidarity and cooperation if we are to have healthy peoples and societies. But what about us as religious persons and communities? It would seem that our task is twofold. First, we need to participate actively in the creative elaboration of culturally nuanced, robust notions of inclusive citizenship. Here, I think Dr. Eric Joffrey has been offering us a vision of such a robust notion. And we can do this. As believers, we have among us political scientists and lawyers who can help us to clarify the needed evolutions and developments in our linked notions of the state and citizenship. Even more foundationally, we have unique resources to do this work because our religious traditions are the organic seedbeds of understanding the true reciprocity between becoming and becoming. Again, the creative but faithful reinterpretation of a religious tradition's deepest understanding of a person and community was powerfully expressed in the Marrakesh Declaration. And this serves as a model of how profound religious legacy can be both faithfully and creatively engaged in today's challenges. Moreover, today we are interacting across all cultures and traditions, and each can constructively build on its heritage and take inspiration from others. The forum boldly and correctly sets this task before us. But second, we above all need to animate true fraternity, true solidarity in action through concrete cooperation. True fraternity means fellow feelings, walking in each other's shoes, shared meanings, a shared scale of values that prizes what is truly important for all of us, and a shared commitment to work together for the common good. Concretely, all of us and all of our institutions, both private and public, need to be the agents of true fraternity. Nothing in my own experience of almost 3 decades of interreligious work advances fraternity faster than working together, shoulder to shoulder, This has to take place in our homes, in our local communities, in our states, as a kind of healthy foundation for how we can achieve it across our respective states. In my understanding, this is why the Forum has advanced an alliance of virtue, recognizing the foundational importance of solidarity and fraternity for our common good. Finally, if I have noted the central importance of fraternity and cooperation for true citizenship, it is in part because of how richly endowed our religious communities are to help build up the needed fraternity. All of our religions, each in its own way, acknowledges that we are relational in the most primordial and profound sense. Our very being, the very core of our being, is related to God, a mysterious source known by our religions in our own ways, and all that God creates, including other persons. This is a sublime theological truth. It suggests that because we are relational, the other person's well-being is also my well-being. But today, it's also a pragmatic truth. It's not just a profound theological truth. We cannot build walls high enough to protect ourselves from the other's desperate needs and vulnerabilities. We need to cultivate a true notion and experience of shared well-being. And this is just another name for the paradigm that Dr. Eric Joffrey was calling us to. I'm simply naming it shared well-being, that we flourish together because of the very way we are constituted as human persons before the sacred. This notion of shared well-being needs to include a proper legal expression of inclusive in citizenship, rooted in fraternity and concrete collaboration. Becoming a good person and becoming a good society should go hand in hand, and these need to be expressed in terms of states and citizenship. So I'll conclude because of being on Zoom and wanting to leave time for conversation, but let me offer gratitude for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
شكرا لسعادة الدكتور ويليام فندلي.
Thank you, Dr. William Kindley. And now we give the floor to His Excellency, Dr. Ali Mba, the faculty member at Strasbourg in France.
شكرا شيخنا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Le miséricordieux par essence et par excellence. Prières et salutations sur notre noble prophète Mohammed, paix et salut sur lui, qui nous a appris qu'il n'y a pas de libération authentique sans la connaissance, et qui nous a appris également que cette connaissance nous permet de nous affranchir et de nous émanciper des préjugés. Paix sur sa famille et sur toutes ces personnes qui le suivent, qui l'ont suivi et qui le suivent.
Peace be upon you, and on the name of Allah, the most compassionate, the most merciful. Peace be upon the prophets, his messengers, his companions, and the members of his family and his folk. I would like to express my gratitude and thanks for his eminent Abdullah bin Baya for his great effort in sharing with us his experience, how we can work together at the global level in order to construct and build a responsibility today for us and for the next generations. I would like also to thank the other organizers in the United Arab Emirates for their generous welcome. And today we are talking about a theme that is very important, which is citizenship and fraternity. I would like to debate that not from a philosophical perspective, but I would like to say that the previous presentations have been very interesting. I would like to invite you to this presentation in which I will meditate and contemplate an experience. So please stay with me. We will do this visualization together. Imagine that we are in this hall. My professors, my dear guests, imagine that we are with a rabbi, with another religious, with an archbishop, and with an imam. So we have three religious persons from different religions, and we ask them to find something in common. We have seven Protestants, seven Jews, and seven Muslims, and seven Catholics. So we have 28 persons, and we ask to divide those people into teams. So we will have 14 persons in each team, and we put each team in a football stadium. So we will have two teams that are mixed, and we have Catholic, Protestants, Muslims, and Jews playing together. So we have 11 in the stadium, in the field, in the court, and 3 in the bench. And around the stadium, we have the political leaders, and the match started. So the referee will give the green light, and in 15 minutes, we will see the football that is targeting the rabbi will be turned back to the imam, and the goal is scored. So it is a goal for the whole team, everyone who shared this collective game, and the match continues. So you visualize the match with me, and we have a penalty, and this penalty, there is the archbishop who takes the ball and invites the rabbi to shoot the penalty. The rabbi scores, and we have one score in each. And it is equality, and everyone is happy. What I want you to do is visualizing how we can live concretely. It allows you to visualize how we can work together collectively to attain something, to know a lot about each other. It is a real experience that we lived in Strasbourg. We lived that experience in Strasbourg. And in Strasbourg, we are about to build a mosque. And in that project of the mosque, we got the support of rabbis, and also the written support of the archbishops and all the authorities. They accompanied us in this project. And the match that I'm talking to you about is a real experience, and this experience was set upon the invitation of imams, of archbishops, of rabbis, and also the National Assembly in France, in order to discuss this new model of fraternity, of citizenship, in a way that we can live together collectively and sympathize with each other and empathize exercise these feelings. What I want you to do is to take the lessons from this experience. Three concepts are coming to my head, and will share with you three concepts. The first concept is respect. And you will see that each concept that I will talk about is made of the same letters. So respect, and the second concept. So the respect, what does it tell us? According to the German philosophers, the respect is a feeling that is based on the rationale, on the logic per se. So to respect yourself, it means to have a knowledge that allows you to expose yourself, that you are different, you are unique, and when you expose yourself, you do not project yourself on others or inspire to them what to do, but you just respect yourself and impose accordingly to others to respect you. And this is the singularity of the own identity of the person, because it is about fraternity, which is extracted from humanity, and all these notions go to the citizenship. The second thing is the spectrum. The spectrum which allows us to live in our modern society, which is the spectrum of the community or communitarism. So we have a habit to help each other, Muslims with each other, Muslims and Christians, Africans, Jews. So this construction that is happening in our community is building this community that is diverse. So we avoid the fragmentation of our community, and on the other hand, we prevent each other from falling in conflict. So behind this logic, we get out of this communitarism, which is revolving around one particular religion. As the philosopher Derrida says, the process of immunization is allowing us to attack each other, and this fragmentation concept is leading us to attack each other and to kill each other at the end of the day. So it is leading us only to conflict. So we have to embrace something else, a fraternity that can allow us to live peacefully, coexistingly. And the third concept is linked to the same letters, which is SEPR. And this is the stick, the authority, the political authority, which is attending this football match. The political leaders allowed us to have this match and gave us the permission to deal with the imams, the rabbis, the archbishops, and others in the General Assembly, which is the French Parliament, in order to confirm the necessity to live together, which means that the political authority has a role to play, because politics is nothing than the possibility of allowing the emergence of this notion of living together. And living together is not being like others, no, but being different, however respecting the other. And this is an example that shows that fraternity is possible, and that fraternity is the most important pillar for any society to live together. And this is the pillar that we have to rely on, because living together means being different, being proud of this difference, and utilize this difference to contribute to the prosperity of the society. As Jean-Luc Nancy, the philosopher who passed away in Strasbourg, he names this concept liberty, which means legality and liberty merged together, and we have to work together in order to concretize this citizenship. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency Ayumba, for this presentation. And let me tell you, there will not be an issue between the Archbishop, nor the Rabbi, nor the Imam. The issue would come from the politician if they change the football with an explosive that has been shot by the rabbi or the priest or the imam, and then it is declared that one of them killed the other. Let's move now to the other topic: religious identity and national identity, harmony, no conflict. We are living dogmatism for both secular extremists and Muslim extremists. They memorize certain verses or terms and they keep repeating it over and over. And a lot of those who hold the mantle of culture or religion, I listen to them and I notice that they repeat certain terms over and over while the times have passed, but they are still repeating them. We have been for years listening about inclusive citizenship without mentioning religion. However, today we must say inclusive citizenship and fraternity that is supported by religion to move away from a stage and a period of imagining a true conflict that does not really exist, and move towards a new stage, a new period, because reality showed us you cannot get away from religion. Religion is a fact. You have to. Religion is a concept either that is being utilized in the right way to build societies, or is being kidnapped by bad goers that would badly use it. And allow me to welcome Dr. Richard Sodworth, who is a consultant of religious affairs for the Church of England, the UK. The floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for that welcome. I'd like to apologize, first of all, for not being with you in person, but the latest strain of the virus means that the new regulations in the UK make it more difficult for me to travel. I'd like to also begin by sending greetings from the Archbishop of Canterbury, Archbishop Justin Welby. He's delighted that this conference is happening, and thank especially Sheikh bin Baya, friend of Archbishop Justin, for his tireless work in seeking peace and coexistence across our different religious communities. Thank you too for the leadership and the government of the UAE in hosting this and being such supporters of this project. So, religious and national identities, how we create more harmony and less conflict. I'm aware of a conversation between a former senior political leader in the UK and a church leader on the subject of extremism. The church leader was intrigued to know how this politician defined an extremist. The quick as a flash reply was, "It's easy. Anyone who holds their religion as more important than their country." The church leader was compelled to inform this politician that he was talking to an extremist at this very moment. Whether you are Christian or Jewish or Muslim or of any number of faiths, patriotism does not trump religion. What this story clearly reveals, though, apart from the religious illiteracy that continues to plague too many in public life, is the question of loyalties when thinking about religion and national identity. The conundrum for this politician was that he could not conceive of ways in which the highest ends of someone of religious faith could not be realized for the good of the nation. This is the challenge that many of us in this conference face: how to demonstrate that our faiths serve the good of everyone. For too many, it's as if religion were another possible flag to wave. You wave either the Union Jack, the UK flag, or you wave your religion, but not both at the same time. And to continue the football analogy that we have just had, that would be like supporting Barcelona as well as Real Madrid, or Manchester City as well as Manchester United. You don't need me to tell you that our faith drives who we are, our hopes, our motivations, how we seek to live in the world, how we work, how we play, how we love, and yes, how we do politics. Dr. Walters, in an earlier presentation, touched on St. Augustine of Hippo and the long Christian understanding of the overlapping but different realms of religion and politics, what we call the temporal, how we organize shared life in the now with its brokenness and disagreements, and the sacred, how we pray and worship and embody the kingdom of God that is coming into being. Other religious traditions will approach this differently, as do atheists. But I would want to argue that the Christian ideal of the two cities has helped deliver elements of freedoms that are enjoyed in what we call clumsily Western liberalism. This is not to say that everything, as we say in English, is rosy in our garden, but I would assert that all our religious traditions have the capacity to help shape and work with the necessary growing pluralism of our societies. As an earlier speaker has said, every country has different religious communities in it now, even if some of those are non-religious. The story I began with illustrates some of the religious ignorance and prejudice that we struggle with in Europe. And even if a Church of England priest can be made to feel disloyal or extreme even, what of Jews and Muslims and others? And this is where I will signal some of those parts of our garden that are not so rosy. Yes, there continues to be rank anti-Semitism and hatred of Muslims in Europe. And we can and ought to work together to change this state of affairs. Back to the politician and the religious leader, and the sense of religious loyalties competing with national loyalties. The incomprehension of the political leader stems from a credibility gap that those of us of faith have to do some work to bridge. I'm very conscious that for many religious people, the West has a credibility problem. Muslims from around the world rightly ask of my country, the UK, are you really a home for Muslims? Am I really an equal citizen? Pick any number of recent news items, including the case, and you may have seen it, of the former Yorkshire and England cricketer, Muslim from a Pakistani background, treated with prejudice and racism. We in the UK have to come to terms with that. I could mention even this last week, the abuse given to teenage Jews in London who were celebrating Hanukkah. I deliberately said religious people in general when reflecting on the sense of competing religious and national loyalties, and want to specifically acknowledge that the Christian presence in the West is not simply the historic white heritage. In fact, the growing, thriving churches in the large cities of the UK are Black community churches, often Afro-Caribbean or Nigerian in background. They too face obstacles and prejudice. And I would counsel against seeing the West as a unitary bloc that represents a white Christian vision of the world. Friends, the single most significant thing we can do to create harmony is for us to work together.
C'est de travailler ensemble pour le bien des différentes communautés. Donc, nous devons parler au nom des musulmans, des juifs, des chrétiens qui peuvent faire face, bien sûr, à des haines. Et donc, je suis vraiment remerciant à tous les leaders qui ont, bien sûr, donc, continué leur travail pour harmoniser, parce que ce n'est pas simplement une question de crédibilité dans le monde de l'Ouest, mais aussi dans le monde musulman. Souvent, est-ce que le monde musulman me donne de la valeur en tant que citoyen musulman? Est-ce que, par exemple, dans les pays musulmans, en tant que chrétien, est-ce que j'ai les mêmes valeurs que les musulmans? Donc, cela, bien sûr,
that reflects the ultimate security in a religion, to risk the freedom to reject what we hold so dear. What of the valid rights to citizenship of the convert from Islam or the Muslim who no longer has a faith, who would call themselves atheist? I don't raise this as someone who is unaware of how hurtful and costly such decisions are to our communities, but it's one of the key credibility gap questions that we cannot avoid. I mentioned the Christian understanding of the two cities in helping to forge the kind of space for the diversity we have in the West. The idea that we need to work at two levels, with our spiritual ideals for our respective faith communities and for the good of all in living and working beyond our own communities. In the Middle East, I appreciate it cannot be the same political theology. It must be rooted in the Muslim world and in Muslim theology. But I am convinced that Islam has the resources to shore up diversity in its midst. For is it not true that there is no compulsion in religion, as it says in Surah 2? What I'm essentially offering here is a claim for principles of universal freedom of religion or belief as tenets agreed to by all of us. I will come at these principles from my own Christian understanding. Someone who is Muslim or Jewish or Sikh or Hindu or whatever can come at these principles from their different texts and beliefs, as an atheist would too in universal human rights. But for harmony to begin to be made real, we all need to demonstrate that our loyalty to God is truly good news for someone who does not share our faith and may never do so. Thank you for listening.
شكرا للأب الدكتور. ننتقل إلى فضيلة الدكتور.
Thank you very much. Now we move to His Excellency Dr. Dr. Ahmed Al-Sanouni, member of the Promoting Peace Forum Council from Kingdom of Morocco. Peace be upon you. In the beginning, I would like to thank the session moderator and also convey my gratitude and acknowledgement to the United Arab Emirates due to the 50th anniversary of the Federation, asking God for more efforts to come. So, beginning of His Excellency's speech, Dr. Abdullah bin Bia, about this issue, his project and his vision, in my point of view, is a shift in paradigm about the common perceptions of Muslim scholars on the cascading of jurisprudence to our modern day. And given the short time allowed for this intervention, I will not elaborate in relation to concepts or notions, but the notion of identity is quite hard to define, and some have even said that it is not definable because each definition is an identity of itself. But identity is an entity that integrates physical, non-physical, social, and ethical components, and it unifies, or it consolidates the unity in the notion of unity. Identity unifies as opposed to another entity that separates. National identity is composed of the land, the people, and the nation. And the religious identity is the belief that individuals embrace. And the belief and branches from that is secondary beliefs such as sects and others. Scholars mention the components, the several components of beliefs, which is integrating all of these elements. Of course, it is not arguable that we had a transcendence and the concept of economic, social, and developmental stability of societies. Citizenship is a holistic approach that has strived in Europe, in Christianity in particular, as an alternative of religion. And the generalization of that concept did not address all the issues because it eliminated some of the elements of identity and therefore requires further elaboration in relation to definitions and practice and application. And amongst these components is the element of religion, which remains in Europe perhaps the same and remains a key component in forming identity of the individuals, with variations about the expression from one place to another, depending on the context and the belief system, as well as the legal system and the demographics of each particular area separately, as well as the various structure and the minorities. Specifically, for example, in Europe, the Muslim minority, which faces a great challenge in balancing between their ability to blend in and merge, as well as adoption of their belief system. On the other hand, in the Islamic world, we face challenges in consolidating the idea of citizenship for many considerations. For example, the non-genuinity of this concept. And as Sheikh Abdullah bin Baya said, it is an area where perhaps regulation is difficult. From another area, there are legitimate aspirations for the minorities in relation to a lot of the rights linked to their religious identity in relation to legitimacy and practice as well. Addressing the relationship between the two identities, we have two approaches. The Islamic approach, which from perception is based on the unity of origin and fraternity, regardless of background, religion, or others, and also the shared belief and the freedom of choice, and the fact that people can take any religion they wish. And like we know, in Islam, freedom of religion is a granted right, and that establishes a bridge for coexistence. And also building relationships between individuals and the values of wisdom, justice, and common interest. And in light of the previous, identities in Islamic perception could integrate in one person in a holistic manner. And Dr. Zaki Najib Mahmoud has mentioned in one of his texts, mentioned that he is from a pharaonic civilization, and some pharaohs who have been mentioned in the Quran have been despised due to their wrongdoings. However, from significance, the significance is from religion. However, in participation and engagement, people are more likely to engage with those of his kind more than engaging with a Chinese Muslim, for example. So there is no really refutation of that. Al-Medina, and this is like a constitution that regulates the living of all ethnicities and background with equal rights and responsibilities and coexistence. And this was the basis of the Marrakesh Declaration. And the other approach, which is the ethnic multilateralism due to a conflict or peace, and Muslims dealing with other religions under the title of shared responsibilities and shared obligations. The first approach is more suitable to our contemporary world. The second one, and even non-Muslims from a religious state and from an ontological point of view, at the same time, it acknowledges the right of its peoples to maintain and preserve their beliefs and their lifestyles under the common approach of which prohibits any forcing of people to adopt Islam, the religion of Islam. So we condemn any sort of violation for these beliefs from a scientist or a scholar or any Muslim who has deviated from this belief. So here we are talking about a generic point of view, and this is an experiment which has been very inspiring from a historic point of view. Of course, every Muslim community had specific circumstances that has given more or less ability to practice other religions. For example, in the Andalusia, the ability to build churches. So with the increase of community in size, it also gives more parameter for practicing other religions on its lands. Many of the Western scholars indicate that some of the countries in the Islamic world have started to develop systems that perhaps could have been existent today and very rapid and sustainable, but that did not go through. And also the relationship between the Muslims and the minorities are always governed by good neighborhood and coexistence. However, any other extreme practices are the damaging that relationship. And here we would like to acknowledge the approach adopted by by the doctor Abdullah bin Bey, that in the end we should unify the exerted efforts to ensure common virtues and values, not just inter-religions, but between all humans who all seek happiness and saving our planet from all the threats and risks from all sides. Thank you, Doctor. I'm quite ashamed because we are running out of time. So thank you. Thank you very much. And I have been instructed by the organizer either allow me, excuse me, I know that what you are saying is extremely important, but I really have to conclude. Thank you so much. We now give the floor to Father Fadi Daw, who is the chairman of Adyan or Religions Foundation and general director, the professor of philosophy and religious geopolitics in Lebanon. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I would like, first of all, to congratulate UAE for its celebration of the 50th anniversary of the Federation and hoping the continued success. And also congratulations to His Excellency Sheikh Dr. Abdullah bin Baya for this 8th forum for promoting peace. and under the theme of inclusive citizenship. Citizenship and peace are two twins, are one twin that did not, that always have to be present together. And this ensures coexistence. And from that perspective, this concept has been always like an integral part of the forum for promoting in Muslim, promoting peace in Muslim societies, and it has always been evident in its declarations and recommendations. In 2016, the Marrakesh Declaration, in its 13th article, has considered that the contemporary context ensures that the Al Medina document is the cornerstone of inclusive citizenship. And in collaboration with Wilton Park and Adyan organization has given an effort to establishing a 3-year-long dialogue about the diversity embracing citizenship with the participation of international dialogue organization with a comprehensive report that highlights the conceptual areas of this subject. And this citizenship, as outlined by Marrakesh Declaration and the Fraternity Declaration between Pope Francis and Grand Imam Ahmed Al-Tayyib in 2019, this historic agreement has confirmed and reiterated that citizenship is all about consolidation and equality of rights and responsibilities between all citizens, and has considered and called for the respect of minorities. At the same year, the Mecca Declaration the Mecca document was, in its 4th article, has confirmed that the diversity, the cultural and religious diversity, does not justify conflict and dispute, but calls for effective and engagement and bridging dialogue and common understanding and cooperation for the interest of all. The Mecca document has called for investing in building the state of inclusive citizenship built on legitimate rights and liberties and mutual respect for all. This 8th forum for promoting peace in the Muslim societies is based on that notion, is a culmination of an international, multilateral, and multi-party approach that consolidates the inclusive and comprehensive diversity-embracing citizenship to ensure community and social cohesion, as well as consolidation of peace and safety. In this context, we should highlight the relationship between national identity and religious identity and the role of comprehensive citizenship in making this relationship a positive one. And this will be addressed in a very brief manner to respect time under 3 titles. First of all, the concept of identity. Second, the issues related to identity. And third, from a national state to an inclusive, diversity embracing citizenship. First of all, the notion of identity. A lot of theorists have thought that looking at the other is a way towards self-exploration by comparing ourselves. However, I disagree with this approach, which is based on a discriminatory way towards the other, as if the human self does not environment. Difference is one of the nature's most evident things. However, it does not mean that having an individual identity is inevitable. So instead of identifying ourselves and defining ourselves with what we are not and comparing ourselves to the other, I think it is more right and accurate to say that our individual identity is formed through our continuous striving to realize ourselves in a way that will align our experiences and selves and tries to get recognition from the other. because there is an inevitable interrelatedness between ourselves and the others, because the other, with their differences, are not opposite to ourselves. It is a key cornerstone. The other is a cornerstone of building ourselves through our relationship and our engagement with them, and acknowledging their genuinity. This would open new horizons for us, and this is how this concept of togetherness will help us form our identity, not through differences only, but also through effective and positive engagement and serving them, and through them, serving others. Second, the issues related to identity. Mostly, the collective identity is connected to the dynamics of conflicts over power or authority because of that notion of the other, which is a strong weapon in the hands of those who have the power to either convene or split people. And as we have seen in the book issued by Amin Maruf, Killing Identities, if people from all beliefs and all circumstances are easily transformed into murderers, and if extremists from any ethnicity or any religion could easily impose themselves as those defending identity, the tribal identity notion is still dominant around the world, and it is what allows for such deviations. The American philosopher, intellectual Francis Fukuyama has recently published a book in 2018 under the title of Identity, the Need for Dignity and the Policies of Despise. Fukuyama believes that democratic communities are living a state of friction due to the elimination of identity, which splits the community into non-cohesive units and becomes an obstacle towards collective work. And according to him, this is what leads to the collapse and failure of states. In brief, I'll move to the third component, and you can get a copy of this complete research paper later on. According to Amin Malouf and Fukuyama, a move from a national state to a comprehensive and diversity-embracing citizenship, which protects communities from deviating into isolated and silo-like communities, as explained by Fukuyama, due to being marginalized, whether from a linguistic or a social point of view. And this invisible diversity and marginalized diversity is not considered due to the lack of social justice and national unity. However, inclusive citizenship, which embraces diversity, allows for fraternity and solidarity amongst people and transition from coexistence to shared conscience to humanize life and ensure sustainable peace and development. The concept of inclusive citizenship is based on the positive outlook towards diversity, which is scaffolded on the other and integration in togetherness, as mentioned in the International UNESCO report around diversity in 2001, in 2001, describing diversity as a source of creativity, genuinity, and it's being essential, just like biological diversity for other creatures. In the Welton Park report issued above, that despite having groups in most of the countries which form the majority and are that are linked to the traditions and identity of societies, the inclusive citizenship goes beyond the concept of majorities and minorities. So majorities, regardless of their sizes, form the national demographic and its richness of culture and its related ethnicities, as well as the identity of its people. And that makes the multilateralism in every country a factor that aims to achieve a national identity. In conclusion, to avoid looking at national identity as opposing to the religious identity, which leads to polarization as if one of them cancels the other, we hope that the inclusive citizenship model will provide a parameter for special spaces to engage within and under the umbrella of the collective. However, on the other hand, it respects differences, diversity, and promotes engagement and collaboration. And this model becomes the solution to avoid any conflicting politics and a unique opportunity for people to work under one purposeful direction for the good of the entire humanity. And thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you for being concise. And thank you for doctors. To be honest, all of these inputs and interventions requires quite a thorough discussion and more time. And we wish that in these conferences, for any person who we assign time for also discussion after these inputs, just like Dr. Sayed Waldebah. What he said was quite insightful and is worth the discussion, and the contradiction in the terms between individual liberalism and the sovereignty. And what we have heard from our brothers in France and UK and others, it all requires further in-depth conversation. However, we at least got a taste of it, and I can't conclude without addressing the question about when will you be accepting that others, that Muslims leave their religion and go and adopt other religions. My answer is we don't have a problem that individuals will change their religion, because you cannot force anyone to have a religion. Our problem is when we have poverty in areas just like South Sudan, and these are live examples, and that's what we refer to. Thank you very much for bearing with us in relation to time, and we look forward to meeting you again. And we ask the Lord to protect the Sheikh Imam Abdullah bin Baya, and I hope that you extend your arms and pray for him to give him and grant him the health and extend his life for all the efforts that he has been exerted. And thank you very much, and peace be upon you.
كل الشكر والتقدير لمن
Thank you very much for all our participants in this session under the title Towards a New Concept, a New Definition for Inclusive Citizenship. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And this concludes this panel discussion. And we'd like to notify you that the opening session will be at Al Wasl venue at Expo at 6 p.m. And we will move from the hotel at 3 o'clock exactly. So kindly be present exactly at 3 p.m. sharp. And thank you very much. Now is the lunch break. Be safe until we meet you again at Expo Dubai.
إذن الساعة 3
3 o'clock. 3 o'clock at the lobby. 3 o'clock.
C'est la deuxième, hein? C'est la deuxième bénédiction.